finally some baseball weather. Blue skies above, the sun is out. Great day to be at the ballpark. It's the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. The defending World Series champions are in town. It's the fourth and final game of this weekend set. And welcome to the leadoff man. I'm Len Casper. A lot of close games. Every game in this series decided by just one run. The Giants have won 2 of the first 3. The Cubs with that big 9th inning comeback on Friday. Let's check out the highlights from Game 3 on Saturday afternoon. Another very cold day here at the ballpark. Temperatures in the upper 30s as we got started. Jeff Samardzija didn't have his best stuff, but he was able to go 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 2 runs. As you see, several of his 5 strikeouts on the day. 2-0 Giants into the 7th. Marco Scutaro adding some insurance. Base hit into right off Michael Bowden. 3-0 San Francisco. Madison Bumgarner cruising along until the best pinch hitter in the world, Dioner Navarro, with his second pinch blast in 2 days, makes it a 1-run game, 3-2. 8th inning now, as the Cubs are trying to get that tying run in. First and second, nobody out, and ball hits off of Pablo Sandoval, but goes right to the shortstop, Brandon Crawford, a 5-6-3 out. Then Santiago Casilla gets his double play ball, 6-4-3 off the bat of Wellington Castillo. Still a 1-run game now in the bottom of the 9th. Casilla against Steve Clevenger. Foul tip, strike 3. Giants hang on 3-2, and on the play you see Clevenger falls right at home plate. He's going to miss a minimum of 6 weeks with a badly strained left oblique. Madison Bumgarner, one of 3 pitchers to start the year at 3-0. Tough luck loss for Samardzija. He drops to 1-2. The leadoff man is brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come test drive the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit myhyundaichicago.com.
The award-winning Hyundai Sonata at myhyundaichicago.com.
Cubs come in at 4-7 on the season. Again, they're trying to earn a split this weekend against the Giants. The Rangers come to town for interleague play starting Tuesday night. And the Cubs defensively have really struggled this year. And it's not just the physical errors. They've made a lot of mental mistakes. Darwin Barney, expected to come off the DL on Tuesday, should help out the infield defense. Let's hear from Dale Swaim as he talks about that mental approach on defense.
How the game can change from pitch to pitch, from count to count, to score, hitter to hitter, who's up, left-handed, right-handed, and those are the things that we're trying to get the rest of the infield to be aware of and be able to, like I said yesterday about slowing the game down. What happens in those 15 seconds of a 150 pitched ball game? You have to be able to do that. I mean, yesterday we didn't have an error in the box scores, but we had 5 mental mistakes that cost us 2 runs.
That's Cubs manager Dale Swayman. When we come back, we'll talk about walk-off weekend. A lot of thrilling finishes around baseball yesterday.
A leadoff man. Brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Check out the award-winning Hyundai Sonata at myhyundaichicago.com.
Getting set for Cubs baseball. We're just about 2 weeks into the Major League season and some pretty thrilling finishes yesterday. Let's take a look at 3 game-ending hits or plays. Let's start in Boston. Fenway Park, Shane Victorino reaching on an infield hit. Jacoby Ellsbury scores. Red Sox beat the Rays 2-1 in extras. The Marlins badly needed a win, and they got it against the Phillies. Chris Coughlin with a ground ball. Chase Utley couldn't handle it. Run scores. Just the 2nd win of the year for Miami. Now Houston and the Angels. Albert Pujols turns a 4-3 deficit into a 5-4 win. That is a 2-run double. Angels win it in the bottom of the 9th. The Angels still off, however, to a 3-8 start as we go 1st to 3rd around the major leagues. And you see a 5-game losing streak also coming to an end for the Angels. The Tigers' Justin Verlander with 6 strong innings as the Tigers ended the A's 9-game winning streak, and the Braves are 10-1. The Marlins are 8 games out already in that tough National League East. We have Cubs baseball coming up from the corner of Clark and Addison next. The famous corner of Clark and Addison, the home of the Chicago Cubs. Nice day for baseball here at Wrigley Field as the Cubs try to earn a weekend split against the Giants, and we welcome Cub fans from all over the country watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Hi again, everyone. Along with Jim DeShays, I'm Len Casper. It should get a little warmer as the day moves along. The Cubs dropped a 3-2 decision yesterday, but Deoner Navarro got them close. He's homered twice off the bench the last 2 days.
And how about that? Pinch hit home runs in consecutive days from both sides of the plate. That's something you don't see very often. As a matter of fact, the last time it happened, Todd Benziger about 20 years ago for the Reds. This was the biggest hit of the year so far for the Cubs. That tied the game in the ninth, the game that was looking to slip away from the Cubs. Yesterday, a flair for the dramatic, comes off the bench. 2-run home run to draw the Cubs within one of the Giants. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but a nice start to the season for Navarro. Had a very good spring. He had 5 home runs in spring training. Not a guy who's really known for his power, but a nice spark off the bench.
And he'll be in the lineup today, and he'll be catching Edwin Jackson. The key for Edwin just to get through that first inning.
And last time out, he got ambushed, allowed 4 first-inning runs, and it's been an issue for him throughout his career. Since 2010, a first-inning ERA of 6.38. From then on, he's been just fine.
Right-hander Tim Lincecum will go for the Giants. The big inning was a big problem for him last year, but he's always been good in this part.
He's a very mysterious guy. 2008, 2009 Cy Young Award winner. Last year had an ERA above 5. So, you know, the Giants are very concerned about Tim Lincecum to see what ultimately he's going to be.
Cubs come in at 4-7. Giants leading the West at 8-4. Down to the field for the anthem.
Followed by our national anthem.
Catch by Pablo Sandoval yesterday. Navarro with 2 big home runs. We get you set for Game 4. The first pitch is next. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. From shutouts to walk-offs, we've been celebrating the greatest moments in Major League Baseball for over 30 years. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Chicago Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. The sun is out. It is still cool, but according to the forecast, it's going to warm up as the afternoon moves along. Well, bad news for Steve Clevenger. Worked very, very hard during spring training, made the opening day roster as the third catcher, and in a pinch hit role yesterday. This was a final out of the game, a foul tip into the glove, and he immediately went down in a heap and now has been put on the 60-day disabled list, so he'll miss at least 2 months. And according to Fred Mitchell from the Tribune, the quote from Steve Clevenger today: "It felt like someone stuck a knife in my side." It is a very painful injury, and it's going to take a while for him to be back.
Yeah, a good long while. And, you know, I've seen a lot of obliques and muscle strains and things of that nature, but I don't know that I've ever seen a guy crumple to the ground the way he did. So that thing really got strained severely. He goes on the 60-day DL. The Cubs signed a veteran reliever, Cameron Lowe. And by putting Clevenger on the 60-day DL, they open up a spot on the 40-man roster for Lowe.
Now, some moving parts in the bullpen with Kyuji Fujikawa going on the disabled list yesterday. And Lowe claimed off waivers from the Mariners. Got off to a slow start. Was designated for assignment. Sinker ball pitcher. And I would imagine pretty decent chance we will see him on the active roster here in the next couple of days. The Cubs also today announced they have signed Kevin Gregg, who at one time was a Cubs closer, to a minor league contract. He will report to Mesa. He was in spring training with the Dodgers, and you see what Kevin Gregg has done in his major league career. So the Cubs always on the lookout for talent, and right now the bullpen is where they need some help.
You talked about all the moving parts with the Cubs situation, but that's the nature of baseball with all the injuries here in the early going. And guys step to the front, other guys scuffle a little bit, get released, get sent out, whatever. And clubs are always on top of that waiver wire to see who comes available. It's just about adding depth to your organization so you can make a change if need be.
So the Cubs will take the field behind right-hander Edwin Jackson. And the flowers are in bloom. Good to see as the Giants will line up this way. Bruce Bochy wrote out this card. Pagan, Scudero, Sandoval at the top. Pence, Belt, and Blanco in the middle. No Buster Posey in their lineup today. He's 0 for 9 in the series. Hector Sanchez will catch. Crawford and Lincecum go 8 and 9.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively. It's brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Let's go backwards today. Shearholtz to Jesus Soriano, right to left. Infield, Rizzo, Gonzalez, Castro, Valbuena. Navarro's behind the plate. Edwin Jackson on the hill looking for his first win in a Cub uniform. This is his third shot at it. 0-2 with a high ERA. Approaching 6. 4 starts in his career at Wrigley. He's 1-3 with an ERA of 7.83.
Set the umps for you. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief. Kerwin Danley, Lance Barksdale, Victor Pazza have already all worked home plate. And the weather, 45 degrees, but we are getting there. East-southeast wind. Right now blowing in from right. That may shift as we move along today.
A lot of left-handed bats in the lineup for the Giants today against Edwin Jackson. That's one of the things about this Giant club. Bruce Bochy's got a lot of flexibility, good balance left and right, a lot of switch hitters. Tough to match up against.
I was talking with Nate Shearholtz about the wind here, and I said, is it kind of like San Francisco right on the bay there? He said, not really. He said the wind there pretty much the way it starts is going to finish the day, but it changes a lot here. We've already seen that happen this week.
More of a schizophrenic wind here in Chicago.
So Pagan, who was not in their lineup yesterday, after jamming his right wrist on Thursday, he did play through it Friday. Did come into the game late on Saturday, played center and went 0 for 1. He has 6 RBIs, 4 have been game winners, including a sac fly on Thursday. So here we go. Edwin Jackson's first pitch is outside for ball 1.
Yeah, all eyes on the first inning with Edwin Jackson on the mound. We showed you in that graphic his ERA in the first inning since 2010. But if you recall his very first start with the Cubs this year, he punched out the side in the first.
Valbuena in on the grass at third against the speedy Angel Pagan. Morrow sets up toward the inside. Ball was back out over the plate. 1-2 on the foul.
Jackson's issues, his struggles here so far this year haven't really been tied to stuff. It's been more about command. Fastball command has been spotty for him.
Slow windup in the 1-2, called strike 3 on a fastball.
Nothing spotty about that unless you want to make the point that he hit his spot, because that was right on the mark as Navarro called for that inside fastball. You see the two-seamer run back to the inside corner.
Had a lot of late life.
Some guys come out of the pen and it takes them a while to get up to speed. Not so much with Jackson. He comes out throwing bullets.
Facing Marcos Scudero. 3 hits yesterday. Called strike 1. Both teams are off tomorrow. We noticed that when the series started with all the crazy weather. That was a potential makeup date, but so far so good. And the sun's out. Barely a cloud in view. Giants will head to Milwaukee, start a series on Tuesday, and the Cubs will welcome in the Texas Rangers. On the ground to Gonzalez. Here's Pablo Sandoval.
Got the probables for that Rangers series on Tuesday. Travis Wood and Derek Holland. Wednesday, Carlos Villanueva, and boy, he's been really good. He's up against the youngster Justin Grimm. And then Thursday, Jeff Samardzija will make his fourth start against hard-throwing right-hander Alexei Ogando, and he's off to a great start too.
Cubs were originally slated to face Yu Darvish, but they're going to push him back, dealing with a blister. They want him to avoid the potential cold weather. Darvish also deals with occasional neck stiffness. 1-1 on switch hitting Sandoval. To a very good start. 4 RBIs in the series and a 7-game hitting streak. He got scraped up on this really impressive catch in foul ground near the Cubs bullpen yesterday.
It's a fairly agile Panda here, leaning and then delicately flipping over the railing.
Scraped up his shin, but will stay in the game, and he rips one into right for an 8-game hitting streak.
Man can rake. He can hang out some line drives.
So a 2-out base runner, and it'll bring up Hunter Pence.
Jackson trying to go back inside with that fastball, but Sandoval wise to it and awfully quick. Gets the hips open, barrels it up. 2-out knock for Sandoval.
Mr. Posey out of the lineup today. Hector Sanchez catching, so Pence will be in the cleanup spot. Posey has gone 0 for 9 in the series. 2 walks. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Even without him doing much offensively, the Giants have still taken 2 of the first 3. Outside corner, 0-2.
And a lot of times a manager will pick a spot like today to give one of his star players a day off with a scheduled off day tomorrow. That way he can get 2 days. I think, why does he need an off day this early in the year? After long spring training, playing pretty much every day here in the early going, plus a mental break for a guy who's scuffling a little bit.
A couple of foul balls off his mask. Hit by 2 pitches. This is the life of a catcher. Ouch. 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 Yeah. Well, that's why they gave him 9 years and $167 million. The catch and to be their best offensive player. Today's game is available in Spanish on your SAP audio setting provided by WRTO La Tremenda, Chicago's Spanish language sports leader.
Posey's a smart kid. He didn't have to choose to be a catcher. He invited that abuse.
Fouled away. Either way, Bruce Bochy will give him a break, as occasionally Posey will play first base. Posey actually started his college career as a shortstop. He just brings so much value offensively and defensively as a catcher. Kick the pitch. Another foul. Pence hanging in there.
Now Pence won't be able to complain about not getting fast balls to swing at in this at bat. Jackson's been very aggressive, challenging him with the heater. The book on Pence is get ahead with 2 strikes. Hard slider away is a chase pitch for him.
Short lead by Sandoval. And another 2-2.
Tried the slider. Flew open. Navarro raising his right arm as if to tell Jackson, get on top, man. Don't try to overthrow it. Just throw a good slider. Don't try to throw a perfect one.
Rizzo not covering the bag as Sandoval goes on the 3-2 with 2 outs. Lined into right in front of Scherholtz. Sandoval makes the turn. And a 2-out rally here for the Giants in the opening inning.
I think after that errant slider, Pence felt pretty comfortable he was going to get a fastball there from Jackson. He did, and it was leaking right back over the middle of the plate. So good solid line drive single, and the Panda moving with the pitch, able to scamper all the way to third base. I don't know that Pandas ever really scamper, but we'll give him a scamper there.
There's a Brandon Belt. Well, there's certain guys you just kind of like watch. You just like to watch them play. Sandoval would be one of those guys for me. Pence takes off for second. Navarro will not even throw.
Yeah, Sandoval's fun. You got that big body. Plays with a lot of energy, very animated. I think he's the kind of guy, if you're on the other team, some of his mannerisms you're not a big fan of. If you're a teammate, you probably love him, and fans enjoy watching him play. Here we go again. First inning issues for Edwin Jackson.
For 4 for Belt yesterday after the big go-ahead 2-run double in the 9th on Friday. Giants a short-lived lead. Just missed. 2-1. See the Giants again until late July after today. Let's see where this one was.
Backdoor slider. Just off the plate. Good call. It's primarily fastball slider for Jackson. That's where he could really benefit with a straight change. He's got one, but he doesn't use it that much.
Seamer that time. 3-1. Gregor Blanco's on deck.
He could come up with some kind of a circle change or splitter that he really trusted. It really would help neutralize these left-handed hitters.
From the windup with runners at second and third. And they're now loaded. Coach Chris Bosio will make an early trip to the mound. Well, before the game, Sergeant First Class Darryl Rouse, who's from Country Club Hills, Illinois, Senior Operations Sergeant for the 244th Army Liaison Team. 23rd year in the U.S. Army, and just completed a 9-month tour of Afghanistan as a Senior Operations Sergeant for the Border Coordination Center in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. So back here at Wrigley Field, he was awarded a Combat Action Badge and the Bronze Star Medal. Great to have him with us. Sergeant First Class Darrell Rouse.
First class goes without saying. Let's get that man a W. Hopefully Chris Bosio out with the magic potion or something here for Jackson, trying to get through this tough first. 24 pitches, 11 out of the zone for Edwin.
And that one gets by Navarro. Sandoval to the plate. He'll slide in safely.
And imagine Bosio said something along the lines of, hey, stay back, get on top, drive that ball downhill. You're missing upstairs with that fastball. Jackson was able to get the ball down, and that's going to be a pass ball on Navarro. That ball should have been caught. Sandoval taking advantage of that miscue, covering up the mug so he doesn't get hit with the throw, and the Giants are on the board.
So another defensive mistake that won't go down as an error, even though it could end up being an unearned run. 1 ball, 1 strike on Blanco. You heard Dale on the leadoff man. He said, we didn't commit an error yesterday, but we made, by my count, 5 mistakes. Extended innings, led to runs, what have you. 1-1, fouled away. Now 1-2. Swing and the miss to end the inning. But they do get the first run on the passed ball. Cubs are coming up from Wrigley. David DeJesus, 3 hits on Friday. He'll lead it off. Starlin Castro loves April, hitting .331 in his career. Rizzo, Soriano, the former Giant Sherholtz. Navarro in the lineup after 2 big homers off the bench. Balbuena at third, Gonzalez at second, and Jackson the pitcher.
Here are the Giants defensively. Blanco, Pagan, Pence in the outfield. Sandoval, Crawford, he can really pick it at short. Scudero's the second baseman. Brandon Belt, lanky first sacker, and Hector Sanchez in there today for Posey. And he'll be flashing the signs for veteran right-hander Tim Lincecum. 1-0, 4.91 ERA this year in 2 starts. Patrol has been a big problem for him. 11 innings, he's walked 11. while striking out 11. 4-4, 343 lifetime against the Cubs. And as we mentioned earlier, 3-0 with an ERA below 2 here at Wrigley. He's really never had a bad game at Wrigley Field.
No longer has the long stringy hair.
No longer has a 94-mile-an-hour heater either.
It's kind of the easiest place to point when you look at what's happened to him the last couple of years. The velocity down. Cy Young winner in 08 and 09.
Yeah, still just what, 28 years of age. He's the kind of guy you root for. He's a cult hero out there in San Francisco. They love him.
The 2-0 to De Jesus is in there for a strike.
That's the key when facing Lincecum. You got to force him into the strike zone. He's not one of those pitch to contact guys. He's trying to strike everybody out. It used to be with that 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Now it's show fastball off the zone, out of the zone, and try to get you to chase the changeup, especially against the left-handed hitters.
Jesus tied for the National League lead with 5 doubles. Two on the way, missed outside, full count 3-2. Hard to believe Lincecum last year had the worst ERA and the most losses in the National League. 5.18 for the ERA and 15 defeats. Then he was great in relief in the postseason. 3-2, ball 4. David is on.
The Cubs have not done much of, and that's work counts and draw walks. De Jesus is certainly capable of doing that, and if it could become a little more contagious throughout the lineup, it would really benefit. Again, against a guy like Lincecum, it's got to be the plan. You got to force him into the zone. An ERA on the road last year of 6.43. 17 wild pitches.
You can run on Tim Lincecum. The knees for a strike on Starlin Castro. He's hitting 7 straight. That one's high. From 08 to last year, at least 20 stolen bases against Lincecum when he's been on the mound. This year opponents are 2 for 2.
Got that long arm action.
Oh, the long hair, Tim Lincecum. I mean, he was Mitch from Dazed and Confused. But I guess he's all grown up now. There's a 1-1. That's bounced foul.
Come off a year like he had last year. You got to try something to shake things up a little bit.
I saw a picture of him in spring training. He had glasses on too. I don't know if he actually needs them. Very studious look.
Become more of a pitcher, less of a thrower.
That's a transition pretty much every pitcher except for Nolan Ryan's had to make.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Even Nolan started throwing more changeups later in his career. He certainly has enough fastball to still be a very good major league pitcher. Just command. We saw one at 93 today. Back in the day, he used to sit right around 94.
Foul ground and no play for Pence or Scudero. fair amount of orange and black here in the Wrigley Field stands this weekend. The Giants in town. We'll see a lot of blue in the seats when we go to San Francisco too. Both teams' fans travel very well.
Fans travel well, and the two cities play well.
Another full count.
Two of the favorite road cities for baseball people in the National League, Chicago and San Francisco. One walk. Now Castro works it full. See how aggressive Lincecum is here, whether he gives in or not, or he trusts that Castro's in swing mode.
De Jesus runs. Castro drills it to deep left, and it will go. A home run. A two-run blast, and the Cubs lead 2-1.
He did not want to give in. He didn't challenge with a fastball. He tried to throw him a breaking ball, but it was a hanger. Just a little spinner or floater, maybe a changeup. It was an off-speed pitch, and it sits right at the top of the strike zone in the happy zone for Castro.
I think it was a changeup,
yeah,
JD.
I think so too.
Just looking at that grip.
Yep.
It was not a good one, and Castro made him pay.
I think that's just a tougher pitch to execute. The right-on right changeup. He's very good with that pitch against left-handed hitters. Last year, right-handed hitters hit 50 points higher against Lincecum than lefties did.
29th career homer for Starlin Castro. Second in 3 days, so he's homered off Kane and Lincecum. Called strike 3 to get Rizzo. That's the first out.
Catch that corner or not? Borderline. That was a changeup as well.
Strike on the Cubs cleanup man. Still, believe it or not, without an RBI. Alfonso Soriano. His picture on the right field digital board.
One way to fix that is drive yourself in.
Well, he's getting his hits. Yesterday he had 3.
He's only had 8 at-bats this year with men in scoring position, so he has not had a ton of opportunities. Hasn't hit a long ball yet.
As Nate Scherholtz steps in, time to look at our AT&T Uverse replay of the game. Nate was told he would get his World Series ring from last year when the Cubs went to San Francisco in July, but Bruce Bochy had a surprise gift for him during batting practice yesterday. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. It's his second World Series ring. Well, that one knocked Sanchez back into the home plate umpire, Jeff Nelson.
Looked like a fighter who took one right on the chin. Staggered, but he did not go down for the count. Take a little time and regroup. Somebody answers that phone.
Me.
Yeah.
It was me yesterday, is what he's thinking.
So I wonder if Boch told Churros, okay, give me the ring back, and then we'll present it to you on the field before a game in San Francisco.
Just a preview of what you're going to get. Deep right center. How about a couple of 2-run homers in the first inning? Nate Sherholtz off his former teammate. And into the teeth of the wind, no less.
Boom! Boy, what a great start Nate Sherholtz is off to here in 2013. If you only get one chance to make a first impression, his has been very, very good.
So Castro with a line shot homer to left. Sherholtz pulls a liner into the bleachers on the other side. So a 4-1 first inning lead. It's 5 hits now for Sherholtz in this series. Ball one on Deoner Navarro. I was joking with him today. If you keep hitting all these pinch hit home runs, you're never going to get in the starting lineup.
And White Sherholtz has to be really enjoying this weekend against his former club.
That always has to feel good. Remember, he was traded away to the Phillies in the Hunter Pence deal last year as Blanco makes a grab, 2 outs.
The guys will always say, no, I just want to play good against everybody. No special meaning playing against his club. Deep down, they're loving it.
Crowd buzzing here in the first inning. Nice to hear. A lot of the Cubs offense so far in the first 2 weeks has come in the late innings. In most cases, they've waited too long to get it going. 1-1 to Valbuena. That's a curveball for a strike. Doubles up on that breaking ball, 1-2. Ground ball, and it's Scudero to end the inning. Cubs gave up an unearned run in the top of this inning, but they got into some favorable counts at the plate. A couple of home runs, making it 4-1 Cubs after 1. Ball blog at WGNTV.com. It's sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent, serving the area for 34 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. We both have posts today on the blog. I talk about the Cubs defense. And JD weighs in on the little things and the big things. The old Cowsills song, The Rain, the Park, and Other Things.
Yeah, the Cubs guilty of a lot of little miscues here in the early going. But at the end of the day, it's the big stuff that you got to get done as well.
Well, that's the thing is when you hit home runs, it does cover up a lot of those little mistakes, but you can't always count on it. That's why the little things become a lot more important.
You know, the point I make, especially when you're a team like the Cubs that don't have a lot of power guys in your lineup. Really tighten things up defensively, play the whole game.
It's 2-1 on the switch hitting catcher, Hector Sanchez. Cubs essentially playing a man short today with Steve Clevenger going on the disabled list. Bring that up because the Giants have 3 catchers, Sanchez and Guillermo Quiros, backup Buster Posey. The Cubs had 3 to start the season. It was a nice luxury for Dale Swaim. There's a leadoff base hit. And when Wellington Castillo is in the lineup, Dale said he can still use Navarro as a pinch hitter, but he's just got to be a little bit more careful about picking those spots without having that extra catcher now on the bench, at least for the next 2 months.
And then you have to identify who your emergency catcher would be in case there were an injury.
If I had to guess, I would say Lillibridge or Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
They might have to play rock, paper, scissors to figure out which one.
Whichever the last one is to run up the tunnel to the clubhouse when the call comes. It looked like Jackson was able to make a little bit of an adjustment at the end of that first inning. He got a couple fastballs down, and then he finished Blanco off with a good slider down with good bite on it. So maybe he's been able to make a little bit of an adjustment. We'll see if it carries through here in the second inning.
Jackson got a 4-year free agent contract over the winter. His 0-2 is high, 1-2. Some pitching lessons here. He's comparing grips. Carlos Villanueva, Kyuji Fujikawa.
Kyuji maybe going to experiment a little bit with sinking the fastball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Again, that good slider. That's what I was talking about with Blanco in the first. Stay a little taller, get on top, try to overthrow it.
Lincecum, left-handed hitter. Shows bunt and looks at a strike. Late that time on a fastball at 94, 0-2.
handle the bat a little bit. Otherwise, they would have had him bunting throughout this AB. But down 3 runs, a pitcher who can swing it. 1 out already in the inning. Not a bad idea to let him take a whack.
Looks over his left shoulder at Sanchez, who has a short lead. Lincecum bunts foul. How about that sequence?
The best season ticket option in the city continues to be the PNC Club of Chicago. Your guests will enjoy an all-inclusive top shelf bar and gourmet food in this high-end suite with 7th inning stretch celebrities and former Cubs players. For information, contact the Premier Sales team at 773-404-4200 or log on to cubs.com/premier. The PNC Club of Chicago.
So back-to-back strikeouts to the leadoff hit, and it's Angel Pagan, former Cub. Blocked by Navarro. Sanchez never even thought about trying to advance. How about the Braves? They're 10-1, and they have a 7-0 lead in the 5th inning in Washington. Justin Upton has homered again. He's at 7.
I believe that was Gio Gonzalez going for the Nationals today.
You are correct. He is still in there. 5 innings, 7 runs.
Paul Maholm looking to go 3-0.
One offering, ground ball, backhanded by Castro, and nowhere to throw it. It's an infield hit.
A little inside out swing here by Pagan. Was squirted almost all the way through that hole, but gloved by Castro. He had no play, so good idea just to hang on and not make an errant throw. So 2nd inning in a row now, and the Giants trying to get a little something going here, trying to push a run across with 2 outs. Maholm hasn't given up an earned run yet, Len. It's going to be Cy April.
Brewers haven't scored a run in their series in St. Louis. Nothing in the 3rd again today. Very rough start for the Brewers. Shallow right center. Scherholtz will take it. 2 hits, no runs. Cubs lead early on, 4-1.
Dale Swam. Log on to WGNTV.com right now and click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching at home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patios, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
Send out best wishes to First Lieutenant Brandon Lynham, being deployed to Qatar on Tuesday. Member of the Air Force. We send you our best, Brandon. We hope you're back real soon. Gonzalez, Jackson, and DeJesus in the second against Tim Lincecum, who gave up 2 homers in the first. The big inning has been a big-time problem for Lincecum. He gave up 5 in the second in his last start against the Rockies. Able to settle in after that. Bounce to a backhanding Brandon Crawford. Last year, Lincecum gave up 3 or more runs in an inning 8 different times.
Well, there's a lot of traffic. With all the walks. I mean, he still missed a lot of bats last year. Good strikeout numbers. It was a little easier to hit last year. Plus, all the walks. He was always working with men on base.
Strike called on Jackson. Oh, 2 quickly.
It's amazing how many times when you watch a ball game, when the opposing pitcher comes up for the first time, the pitcher seems to make his best pitches.
One hop Sandoval will get Jackson. Back for his second season is Cubs Authentics, the premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. Game used balls, bases, and jerseys to autograph bats and photos. Cubs Authentics has the most exclusive Cubs memorabilia. Visit the Wrigley Field Concourse, the Cubs store across from Wrigley, or Cubs.com/authentics for all your Cubs memorabilia needs. DeJesus taking a little extra time after his pitcher just made an out. It's time to read that promo. We appreciate it, David.
He has a good feel for television. Anyway, the point I was making about Lincecum, you see it a lot. The guy's struggling with his command, and all of a sudden the opposing pitcher gets up there and gets off his best breaking ball. He paints with the fastball. It's just because now you're in a little bit of a comfort zone. You feel confident. When you're confident, you don't try to overthrow. You just make pitches.
A lot has been made over the years about Lincecum's mechanics. He learned those mechanics from his dad, who emphasized tilt, dangle, and reach. If you go back and watch old videos of Lincecum, looks a lot like it does today.
He earned the nickname The Freak out there in San Francisco. Little guy that could throw so hard. Of course, he had the long hair. He didn't ice his arm. He did a lot of things differently than many major league pitchers.
He's got a ridiculously long stride. The normal stride for a pitcher is 77 to 87% of a pitcher's height. His stride is almost 130% of his height, about 7.5 feet. He's only 5'11". Popped him up into shallow left, and it'll be Crawford making a nice sliding grab and foul ground. It is 4-1.
Here we go.
Freese coming in off the late. Cubs with 2 homers in the first inning off Tim Lincecum in support of Edwin Jackson. Tries to get his first win as a Cub, starting the year 0-2. He'll face 3, 4, and 5 Sandoval, Pence, and Belt. City of Wind.
You probably interpret that a couple different ways.
Yeah. Sandoval with a single and the Giants' lone run in that opening inning.
Started with 2 outs, nobody on. Sandoval, Pence, back-to-back hits, a walk, pass ball. Giants got on the board.
Two and 0 the count. It is very cold in the shade.
Got a 3-run lead here. Sandoval has power, but be aggressive. Just a good heater. Down to third down a little bit. Tricked him with a backdoor slider.
Definitely a day you want to be in the sun. Fastball hit on the ground. Castro was shaded up the middle. Needed a relatively routine play. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Pence with a single and a steal. We talked a ton about the Cubs' defensive shifting. And I think for the most part, you notice it when a ball gets through. Fans will go, well, they were just playing straight up. That wouldn't have been a base hit. But they don't remember the myriad of times when a guy grounds a ball right into the shift, which is exactly what Sandoval did. That ball up the middle, but Castro was right there.
It's so frustrating for a hitter because from the day you pick up a bat, coaches are telling you, hey, hit the ball hard right up the middle. That's the goal. It doesn't work so much anymore.
I think Pence gets a lot of hits just because he's so pitchable. In other words, guys might attack him a little bit more because he will swing at a pitch like that and looks so bad.
Yeah, you know, he chases a lot of balls out of the zone, and sometimes with that type of hitter, as a pitcher, you tell yourself, we can't hit a breaking ball. And then you end up making a bad pitch with the breaking ball because you've got it in your mind that he can't hit a breaking pitch. Well, you can handle a breaking pitch in the zone. It's the one off the plate that he'll chase.
On his hands that time, and it's full, 3-2.
Doesn't walk much at all. Typically when he gets to this situation, he's looking to swing the bat. He gets a lot of hits because he runs well too. A lot of times he'll roll over on a ball, pull it on the ground to the left side, and he's able to beat that out for a base hit.
And he got him. Pence could not help himself.
Good tight slider here, and that's the one that starts on the plate but breaks off the plate, and that's by design. You've got a hitter up there with a reputation. He likes to swing the bat. You don't have to throw him a strike.
Belt hits a grounder. Diving stop. Gonzalez throw to first. Got him. Good decision by Rizzo. He was going after that grounder, but realized Gonzalez had the best chance, and they get the 4-3 put out. Nicely done. Castro connected on a 2-run homer, his first time up. Average at 300. That just fits. Starlin Castro hitting 300. I know it bothered him to not get to that mark last year. Hit 283. And he bounces one into left. Now he's up over 300.
It seemed to come in bunches for him. He's one of those guys so adept at putting the ball in play with authority. So he's got the hit tool for sure. Now what about the power? What about the on base? Is he able to upgrade those facets of his game? I mean, he's a good player already, obviously. All-star twice at a tender age, but a lot of folks think there's more in there.
The leadoff man is on, and now Lincecum will check on Castro. Starlin up to 314. His average has gone up 28 points, 2 at bats. So he takes off, and Rizzo lines to left. Ball is caught. Going to be a double play. Throw back to first. They got him. Nice grab out there by Blanco. Honestly, I'm not really sure what more Castro could have done. He could have just hit the brakes, but I don't think it was obvious that ball was going to be caught.
Yeah, I was following the flight of the ball. I didn't watch his reaction on the bases. We'll see it here. A little hit and run play. Not a bad idea with Rizzo struggling. Just go ahead and turn him loose, sending the base runner.
I think he thought it was going to get down.
Yeah, it's a tough call because when you're 3/4 of the way there, you don't feel like you got a chance to get back anyway if it's caught on the fly. And that's a tough ball to pick up.
He had to retouch second base. But you're right. Once you're in no man's land, you might as well just keep on running.
And if you read it early enough, maybe you can stop. But it's a tough read.
It's a time for Sandoval, and Promising start to the inning, but it ends quickly. 4-1 Cubs. Guests for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF. Congrats to the Blackhawks. I believe they clinched the #1 seed in the Western Conference today with a win at St. Louis. Blanco made that nice play to get Rizzo. That's the other part of it, JD, is got to give the Giants a little credit there. It was a nice catch by Blanco and a strong throw.
Yeah. Usually an infielder will get involved in that play, but he made a good strong throw all the way home or all the way into first base. It's just a tough read again for Castro. And, he might have been able to slam on the brakes a little bit sooner and read it and then scramble back, but that's a tough play.
The 1-1. Jam shot hit foul.
It's a tough thing about a guy like Castro, who's gotten that reputation early in his career as being a guy who makes some mental mistakes out there on the bases and in the field. So anytime something like that happens, everybody wants to point the finger. So, oh, there's another base running blunder by Castro. But that play right there, I think that could have happened to just about anybody. Ty Cobb might have gotten doubled off on that one.
Close, didn't get it. 2-2. Yeah, but Cobb probably would have gone back in with his spikes up and
started a brawl.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Six for Jackson.
Found that slider at the end of the first inning, and it's a big weapon for him. This is the second time he's punched out Blanco with it. And that's not news. He gets a lot of swings and misses with his slider. Last year as much as anybody in the game.
Hector Sanchez signed with the Giants as a 16-year-old back in 2006. Can you imagine being 16 years old and getting signed to a pro contract?
Yeah, just learn how to drive. Most of us.
Nothing in 2, the count.
So those, the Dominican Summer League and those summer leagues in Latin America proved to be very beneficial. Guys can stay home, stay in their home country and develop before coming to the States.
Got him. Called strike 3 on a fastball at 94.
I believe Edwin has hit his stride. Fastball slider combination. He's on top of his game after that bumpy first. He's taking control.
Crawford struck out his first time up, product of UCLA. Dad was a season ticket holder at Candlestick Park, as he will take his base.
Showing bunt and a breaking ball hit him, I believe, in the back foot. Tough break for Jackson, who'd been rolling along, and had he been able to get Crawford here, would have had Lincecum to lead off the next inning. But now he's going to. The Giants will at least be able to clear the pitcher's spot here in this inning.
If you're going to get hit by a pitch, that's generally the way you want to get hit. Breaking ball, might even hit the dirt before it hit his foot.
As long as you don't get it in the ankle.
Strike 1 to Lincecum. Former college teammate of Brent Lillibridge. Was at the University of Washington. Heard Lillibridge on with Judge Surratt, Cubs radio pregame yesterday, talking about Lincecum being the human jukebox. I guess you name a song, he can name the artist and sing it no problem. He said he can't sing it well,
but he's willing to try.
He knows, yeah. Late on that swing.
So you're saying he has a Rain Man-like quality with music?
Yeah. Been good on Name That Tune.
Well, you don't want to go 3-2 here. Put undue pressure on yourself.
And he doesn't. 3 strikeouts in the inning, 8 in all. And a sign that it is warming up here on the north side. What the Cubs have done offensively here at home, they've doubled their runs per game output, and on the pitching side have not allowed a home run here this week at Wrigley. Xfinity from Comcast gives you a front row seat to all your favorite sports. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Stop living in the past.
Schuerholz with a 2-run homer his first time up.
Second one of the year, came into this game hitting .355. Looked like a little let-up pitch from Lincecum. Schuerholz was all over it. A lot of good at-bats here in the early going.
Fouled back.
He's seen the ball really well.
Stays alive. Still 1-2. Phillies just got a run in the ninth, leading the Marlins 2-1. Well, the Marlins could be 9 games out 2 weeks into the season if they don't come back. But the Braves well on their way to another win.
You think they're saying it's not time to panic? It's never a time to panic.
9 games out. Ooh. Lance Nix with a home run to give the Phillies the lead.
Everybody knew it was going to be a tough year down there in South Florida, but to be 9 games back less than 2 weeks into the season, it's tough, man.
Good battle here.
Hey, look, it's the Budweiser patio. If you're looking for a great spot to enjoy sunshine baseball and all you can eat and drink here at Wrigley, the Budweiser patio is the spot for you. It's prime home run territory, too. 773-404-4200 or Cubs.com/premier.
Another 2-2 outside. It's full. 3-2. Those are the kinds of grinded out plate appearances you like to see from this Cubs team that has been pretty aggressive in the early going. Good approach today against Lincecum. Cue shot picked up by Sandoval. Nicely done. That had a lot of funky spin on it. Well, if you missed it the other night, our first bench clearing brawl of the baseball season, Carlos Quentin charging Zach Greinke after a hit by pitch. Greinke breaking his collarbone, and he's going to miss a significant amount of time. Quentin got an 8-game suspension, originally appealed. Today announced that he will drop his appeal, and so he will not participate in the Padres 3-game series starting at Dodger Stadium tomorrow night, and that's probably a smart move.
Yeah, give that thing some time to settle down before he's back in the lineup against the Dodgers. But they'll remember at some point in the future they'll take their shot.
Greinke had surgery Saturday for that broken collarbone. Navarro bounces to Crawford.
And it's interesting, Quentin, saying that Greinke's taken shots at him in the past, that there's bad blood. And Greinke said, look, I've never thrown at the man on purpose before. I've hit him a couple of times.
It's tricky because Quentin gets hit so much.
Yeah, he's like one of the active leaders. Over 100 times he's been hit by a pitch.
Well, Lincecum doing what he did against the Rockies, giving up early runs, but then settling down. Curveball on the inside corner.
Looks like he's mixing in more breaking balls as we go along. Got a little lucky there in the third after the Castro single. Rizzo on the hit and run hit that ball sharply to left, but it turned into a double play.
Swing and a miss on a fastball. That is his second 1-2-3 frame. Contemporary solutions for a better banking experience for everyone. Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank. Member FDIC. Big crowd today. Temperatures starting to slowly rise. And the Cubs lead 4-1. Eventful first, not much since. Mentioned it earlier, Chicago and San Francisco, two of the best cities in the league with visiting players and teams. Sounds like the Giants are going to stay here tonight with the off day tomorrow and then short trip to Milwaukee. Why not? Extra night in Chicago. Thing is, it's their only trip here during the regular season.
Players love coming to Chicago. Love the city, love the day games, a chance to get out, have dinner afterwards.
One on the way is high. It's a nice adjustment, isn't it, to have all these Friday day games? The rest of the baseball world is working and you're not having a nice dinner.
Exactly. Well, a lot of team parties happen in Chicago.
To Pagan. Scudero and Sandoval to follow.
15 triples for Pagan last year to lead the league. Big ballpark out in San Francisco yields a lot of extra base hits, not so many home runs. He really plays a lot differently than Wrigley.
He's watching from across Waveland. Popped him up out in the shallow center. And De Jesus with the sunglasses on makes a catch. Maybe the Giants and Rangers can party tonight. Rangers should be here after their series in Seattle as we look at our Cubs Ford upcoming schedule. Texas comes in for a 3-game set. We'll have games 2 and 3 here on WGN Sports. Ford, go further in any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. The return to Chicago for Giovanni Soto and A.J. Pierzynski. Strike called on Scudero.
Good pitch.
0-2.
Scudero, a tough man to finish off. He doesn't strike out very much at all, but that's just a perfectly placed fastball.
Sharply hit grounder. Castro will gobble it up.
You know what happened on this date in 1925?
Tell me.
The first regular season Cubs game to be broadcast on the radio. WGN radio with Quinn Ryan at the microphone from the grandstand. Remember that? Did you listen?
I don't, and I didn't. In the hermetically sealed radio booth, Keith Moreland, Pat Hughes, and Judge Surratt. Matt Bolts up top. Looks like Judd is in the witness protection program behind that monitor.
Good slide piece. Grover Alexander was the winning pitcher for the Cubs that day.
I think it's Judd.
It's like one of those 60 Minutes interviews. Pixelate his face and give him that womp 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 voice. I believe that's the same microphone that Quinn Ryan used back in the day.
It's a classic.
They may be paying homage to the history.
See Navarro pumping his fist. 0-2 is way high.
You like that. You like to have a little bit of a cheerleader back there. Trying to pump you up. He's on a nice roll. A chance to finish off this inning in 1-2-3 fashion.
Two and two. I like it. Ground ball to second. That's Gonzalez. And that's it for the Giants. Cubs leading 4-1. Hey, Judd, what's up? Contemporary solutions for a better banking experience for everyone. Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank. Member FDIC. Face made for radio over there.
He just opened the window and he said, "You want fries with that?"
They opened the window too. Strike on Alberto Gonzalez. Cubs with a 4-1 lead, trying to add on here in the fifth. Looking for a 3-3 start to this long homestand.
They're in this stretch of 18 games now because of the rain out with the Brewers, but 18 games against teams with winning records last year. A handful of playoff clubs in that mix.
Infield pop-up. Foul ground, Sandoval. Bundled up today. Got a big chunk of Hector Sanchez's foot.
Clay Buchholz has a no-hitter going through 7.
Against who else? The Tampa Bay Rays. As good as they are every year, it seems like they get no hit 2 or 3 times a year. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Colts has walked 4 and struck out 11 through 7. We will keep you posted. 99 pitches too, so he's been fairly efficient. Nothing on to Jesus. Cubs' last hit was a Starlin Castro 3rd inning single. Until now. Big turn by DeJesus, and Pence will get it back in, keep him to a single.
Average continues to creep up for David. Good swing at that high fastball from Lincecum and a good aggressive turn to first base. If you're ever going to gamble, it's with 2 outs to try to get into scoring position. Contemplated trying to take an extra base on Pence there and was ready to take advantage of any bobble.
Fouled back. DeJesus here with 2 outs. The White Sox just snapped their 5-game losing streak, 3-1 over the Indians in Cleveland. De Aza and Konerko connected for the White Sox. Bourne hit a homer for the Indians, but Michael Bourne got hurt on a headfirst slide.
Hurt his hand. Had to come out of the ball game. Injuries have been a big part of the story here, haven't they, in the early going? Greinke, Jose Reyes. Jason Kubel went on the DL.
One and one. The final in Miami, the Phillies beat the Marlins 2-1, and that was Roy Halladay's 200th career win. 8 strong innings, gave up 1 run. First win of the year. That'll quiet some of the critics. He is 200 and 102 in his career.
That's pretty impressive.
Too bad he lost his first 2 starts. If he had won his first start, he would have been 200 and 100. Base hit right field. A 2-out rally. Back-to-back hits. Castro's 3 for 3.
Yeah, the Freak does not have an answer for Castro here this afternoon. He's been locked in.
Castro's now 7 for 16 lifetime against Lincecum. Here's Rizzo, had a really good pass at the ball in the 3rd inning. He lined into a 7-3 double play, but hit it hard.
Big, strong left-handed hitter who sets his hands low as he stands at home plate. A lot of pitchers will try to work him up and in. David Bell, the third base coach there, taking a long look at DeJesus at second.
Called strike. It's 1-1. A nice note from Marilyn Flores, Cub fan, lives here in Chicago. Also want to give a shout out to Carl Leonard from Escanaba, Michigan. Watches all the games on WGN.
Escanaba, is that the home of the Escanaba Eskimos? The home of former Cub Kevin Tapani?
That sounds right, yeah. Is that really their nickname? The Eskimos?
I believe it is. If it isn't, I'm going with it. It should be.
It's in the UP.
Yeah, I believe that's where Kevin Tapney. I know he's in UP, and I think Escanaba is the hometown.
Bounced out in front of home plate to Jesus. Able to get back in time. He ended up almost halfway to third and then put on the brakes.
You see the shuffle as the pitch is being delivered. He sees the ball in the dirt. He's ready to react. Doesn't get that far away, and he's able to scramble back. Certainly, you know, when you're on the bases, you always want to anticipate a ball in the dirt. You don't want to be caught by surprise. And with Lincecum out there, I mentioned earlier, he led the league with 17 wild pitches last year. So you always have to be ready for that ball in the dirt.
3-2, runners go. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning is over. 2 hits, no runs. Cubs lead by 3. Missed a lot. A couple of home runs. Castro and Sherholtz for the Cubs. The Giants got their run on a passed ball, so it was unearned off Edwin Jackson. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. As we get going here in the 6th, the no-hitter is over for Clay Buchholz.
Yeah, we jinxed him.
Kelly Johnson led off the top of the 8th with a base hit. Sam Folt just hit into a double play, so the Red Sox with a fairly comfortable 4-0 lead, but no history for Buchholz, who already has a no-hitter on his resume.
Yeah, came in his 2nd major league start, September of '07 against Baltimore.
Yeah, he didn't even find out he was starting until the night before because of an injury to Tim Wakefield.
I believe it was the great Bobo Holloman who threw a no-hitter in his very first major league start. That's perfect right there. And I don't think that Bobo had that many wins after that, to tell you the truth.
Wilson Alvarez threw a no-hitter very early in his career.
It was an uncommitted fastball right there. Navarro wanted that fastball in. I don't think Jackson was real comfortable trying to make that pitch. He's had success with that slider down and away on Pence. He's fearful of making a mistake on the inner half and just cut off the pitch.
Wilson Alvarez threw a no-hitter in his 2nd major league start, and I believe it was his White Sox debut. He made a start for the Rangers in '89, and then in '91, August of that year, in Baltimore, old Memorial Stadium.
Get away. Get that fish off the hook. Couldn't get him in the boat.
leadoff walk.
Bert Hooton for the Cubs, I believe, in his fourth big league start, twirled a no-hitter. It's just the second walk of the ball game for Edwin. He walked Brandon Belt back in the first when he was struggling to find his release point.
Got away from Navarro on a wild pitch. Runner at second, nobody out, and a 1-0 count on Belt.
Bring Keanu Navarro out to the mound to have a chat with Jackson.
These guys have a history. They were together with the Tampa Bay Rays when Navarro caught Jackson and Matt Garza.
Well, the Giants have been very efficient in these situations. Runner on second, nobody out. They managed to score at least one run 86% of the time. Cubs have been woeful in that department offensively.
Two balls, no strikes. Michael Bowden is up.
Well, you know, and you think back to Edwin's first start of the year against Pittsburgh, I guess it was. And he was going along really well. And all of a sudden, the middle innings, fourth or fifth inning, he started to bounce his fastball, just completely lost command. And Dale Swain wants to make sure he's got somebody ready just in case.
Back-to-back walks to start the inning.
Time through the lineup, the batting average goes up. That's fairly typical as hitters get that third look at an opposing pitcher. That's why a lot of managers get up around that 90 pitch mark, third time through the order. In a tight ball game, they're going to get some action up in that bullpen. Cubs played 5 one-run games already this year. The first 11. They haven't had many easy games at all.
You know, that third time through the order, it was one of the main reasons the Rockies decided to go with the 4-man 75 pitch limit experiment last year. Try to keep the starters from facing that lineup for the third time.
Yeah, how many times have you seen if a pitcher has to leave early due to an injury and there's just a succession of relievers come through the ball game and they pitch a shutdown game? Every at bat's off a different arm, a different style of pitcher. Tough for the hitters to get locked in.
Blanco, ball one low.
Astros years ago pitched a 6-pitcher no-hitter against the Yankees in a situation just like that. So I wonder if some team would be, you know, willing to experiment with a completely different mode of approaching this situation where you had a whole bunch of relievers capable of giving you a couple innings on your pitching staff.
Needed that one, and he got the call on the slider. Blanco not so sure. 1-1.
Sometimes that's the key. If you're missing with the fastball, come off of it, throw something else, make a little bit of a mechanical adjustment.
Cubs out hitting the Giants 6-4. More importantly, out homering them 2-0. Here it is. 2-2. Big birthday coming up this week. Retha Ho will turn 94 in a couple of days. Big Cub fan. Send out birthday wishes to her. Full count, 3-2. Looks like a pretty important pitch coming up here, doesn't it? 3-2, nobody out, 2 on. Giants trying to get back in it. Ground ball fair through the bullpen. Pence is going to score. Belt is going to be stopped by Tim Flannery, and it's 4-2. And the Giants have 2 in scoring position with 0 outs here in the 6th. It's their first extra base hit of the day.
Yeah, the slider's been an effective pitch against Blanco today. He struck out on it twice. This time, it appeared that he was ready for it. One more time they went with that slider, and Blanco able to hit it down the first baseline. I suspect Dale Swim getting a little nervous down in that Cub dugout.
You have a succession of lefties here. You've got the switch hitting Sanchez, Crawford next. Lincecum could be lifted, and that's why we're going to see some action in the Giants bullpen, and then the switch hitting Angel Pagan. We've talked about Isanori Takahashi is really not a matchup lefty, and you don't want to use James Russell too early, especially now. Dale's going with closer by matchup. So this is kind of that no man's land here in terms of your bullpen, and trying to get that bridge situated.
Yeah, this stage of the ball game where you make the decision, maybe not so much on the matchup, but which guy is better suited to get you out of the inning, the guy that's on the bump struggling or the guy that's warming up in the bullpen. Jackson have been going along so nicely there. He's earned at least one more hitter in Dale Swain's mind. A lot will depend on how he competes here in this at bat with Sanchez.
So Chad Godin, former Cub, getting loose for the Giants. Bowden is ready and has been. Jackson just past the 100 pitch mark. Navarro asked for time.
And in situations like this, where I think if Edwin had that third pitch that he could rely on, where he could show a little different wrinkle to these hitters third time through the order.
Two and two. Tip, strike 3. Gives him 9 strikeouts.
None bigger than this one, keeping that ball out of play with runners on second and third with the infield back. The Cubs were conceding a run on a ground ball, and he gets a big strikeout.
Crawford has struck out and been hit by a pitch. And Nick Noonan, who had 3 hits in his first major league start on Thursday, is in the on-deck circle for Lincecum. So Lincecum would be pulled after 5 innings and 78 pitches, but he got better as the day went along. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Been his best fastball of the day at 95.
Little high cheddar right there. Navarro wanted it in. He didn't get it in, but it was up above the hands. Come into this at bat as a pitcher thinking just make sure you get an out, but once you get the jump on the hitter, you want to get that punch out again if you can. Keep the ball out of play with just 1 out in the inning. Crawford will be looking to shorten his stroke. Try to hit a ball in the air, at least get a sac fly to get this run home. Normally with a hitter, when he takes that approach, he's looking middle away, wants to keep his hands inside the ball. Easier to elevate the ball with that approach. So sometimes they're vulnerable in. You make a good pitch with a fastball in, you can induce a weak little pop-up or ground ball.
Knocked down by Navarro, 2-2.
Big pitch coming. Navarro wants to talk it over with Jackson.
Short conversation.
Maybe a situation where with a runner on second base, he didn't want to go through a series of signs for fear that he may be able to pick something up. So just go out there. Hey, here's what we're going to do. No matter what I put down, we're going to throw this.
There it is. Another one bounced in front of the plate, and it's full 3-2. Just earlier, Jackson was second and third, went back to the windup. He's staying in the stretch here now. That simply could be because he's been in the stretch the whole inning.
Yeah, he's more comfortable now. Doesn't want to make a change at this stage.
Gets by, and for the second time today, the Giants get a run without having to put a ball in play. Crawford walks. Belt scores on a wild pitch. Remember, Sandoval scored in the first inning on a pass ball. So now it's 4-3, and they're at the corners.
And Swam waiting until Nick Noonan was announced before he makes the trip to make the change.
Well, those little things we talked about earlier, getting the Giants back into this game. 4-3 Cubs, and the Giants still threatening in the 6th. And threatening to get more. First and third with only one out. So Edwin Jackson will just sit and watch and hope Michael Bowden can get out of it.
Edwin relegated to the role of a cheerleader now. Bowden comes on for the 7th time. He's got no wins, no losses, a 2.57 ERA. For the most part, he's done a very nice job. He's in a bind here, though. First and third, just one out. Nick, don't call me Danny Noonan, hitting from the left side. Cubs will be looking for 2. Can't rule out a squeeze here either in this situation.
He's done on the year. 3 of those hits came on Thursday in the opener of this series. His first career start. So Blanco's at third. Crawford.
Bruce Bochy feels really comfortable with his bullpen, so you could understand if he's thinking squeeze here to risk giving up the potential bigger inning to get that tying run home and turn it over to a battle of the bullpens. He would like his chances.
Noonan way out in front, pulls it foul.
Fastball slider split finger pitch for Michael. That looked like the splitter there that had Noonan way out in front.
Long pause by Bowden in the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Went soft again and again. Noonan overly anxious. Swinging at the hand and not the baseball.
Is that a takeoff of talk to the hand? 0-2. Well, another one bounced out in front of home plate, and Crawford will get second. That's significant. It's because it keeps the Giants out of that possible inning-ending double play.
Again, a splitter, and you know, it's by design down well below the knees. You're heading the count. You're trying to get a strikeout, a swing and a miss. Unfortunately, in the dirt, and Crawford able to take advantage. Ball kicked away from Navarro. Navarro, for the most part, has done a nice job in this inning. That's the 3rd wild pitch in the inning. Blocked a couple tough sliders down in the dirt from Jackson earlier.
That one lofted out into left center, and it should score 2. A base hit for Noonan. The Giants have the lead. Blanco and Crawford are in.
Ball is down off the plate. Noonan just flips it out there into shallow left center field. Great read by Crawford. That's a ball sometimes the base runner has a hard time recognizing early whether it's going to be caught or not, but he read it very well. Got a great jump, scored easily, and the walks really come back to bite Jackson here. Man, he was going along in complete control of this game. Much like that start in Pittsburgh, just lost it.
So he ends up getting charged with 5 runs today, 4 earned. Still only 1 out.
Disbelief behind the eyes of Edwin Jackson there. How did this one get away?
Today the defense has been good, except for that pass ball in the first, but wild pitches and walks. A real problem here in the 6th inning. No pitch. Jeff Nelson with an emphatic timeout just as Bowden was getting ready to deliver. The Giants overcame a big deficit on Thursday to stun the Cubs 7-6. Another one gets past Navarro.
A lot of free bases for the Giants in this game, especially in this inning. Again, it's a split finger pitch, and not a good pitch, but not a real good effort by Navarro either, trying to, just trying to backhand that ball instead of moving his feet.
4 wild pitches this inning.
DeHonor calling for that high fastball just to catch a break, if nothing else. There's been so many balls down in the dirt.
You can see all the damage done on those wild pitches. Late swing by Pagan, and he rockets one foul out of play.
And he needs to rake that bunker.
Hey, join WGN Radio Sports Night hosts David Kaplan, Brian Noonan, and Andrea Darlis for a 1-hour live broadcast featuring Edwin Jackson and Scott Feldman. Tickets are $55 and include a photo opportunity with the players and a 3-course wildfire lunch. Another one. Have you ever seen 5 wild pitches in an inning that didn't involve a knuckleballer?
I was just going to say, not unless there was a knuckleballer out there.
Wow.
And this ball backs up a little bit on Navarro. I think he was expecting some action going the other way, but he's having a tough time knocking the ball down back there.
That's 3 for Bowden in this inning. And the infield has to come in on a 3-2 to Pagan. Bowden steps off.
And Michael throws that split finger. He has to have confidence to be able to throw that ball down in the zone and have confidence that his catcher can block it. I doubt that he's feeling all that confident right now in that pitch.
Low for ball 4. That's 4 walks in the frame. Nobody up in the Cubs bullpen.
Still just 1 out in the inning, and now you're getting into the fat part of the Giant lineup. And by fat, I mean the middle of the order. Less than anybody.
Right. I knew what you meant.
Yeah. Meat of the order, the heart of the order.
We'll go with heart. Now 4 runs on only 2 hits this inning. And the Giants have their first lead. Ground ball Gonzalez flips. Castro the turn to end it. A lot of damage done, however. 8 to the plate, 4 cross the dish, 5-4. Millions of fans, and subscribe today. Watch every out-of-market game live online on your favorite mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV. Baseball everywhere. A rough top of the 6th for Jackson and Bowden. And the Cubs find themselves down a run. Tim Lincecum persevered today and has a chance to get a win if the Giants bullpen can hold him. Still a long way to go, however, and here's a former Cub, Chad Godin.
Yeah, 5 batters into this game. Tim Lincecum had allowed 4 runs, and now he's in position to pick up a W. And Godin, the veteran. And fastball, slider, occasional change.
Missing his former teammate Alfonso Soriano.
Soriano 1 out of 2 today off Lincecum. He's hitting less than 100 against right-handed pitching coming into this game.
Foul tip. 1-1. Godin made 24 appearances for the Cubs in 2008. Split that year between the A's and the Cubs. It's played by Sandoval to avoid that second bounce. Stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch coming up, brought to you by Captain Morgan. Raise your glass, always in moderation, to life, love, and loot. Actor, author, screenwriter, and performer Julia Sweeney makes her home in Wilmette. Conduct the stretch. Here's Scherholtz, 1 for 2 with a home run. Godin has been well traveled. He made his big league debut with the then Devil Rays 10 years ago. Then with the Blue Jays. Let's see, started with the Rays, the Jays, and the A's. Then the Cubs, the Padres, the Yankees, Nationals, the Marlins, and now the Giants.
Similar journey as Edwin Jackson has had. 7 teams in 10 years for Jackson. Godin was a non-roster invitee this spring.
On a bounce to Scudero. 2 outs. Rafael Dolis, who was brought up yesterday. Check that. That's Hector Rondon. Hector Rondon up in the bullpen. Since we mentioned Dolis, he replaced Fujikawa on the active roster when Kyuji was put on the DL. Barrow has flied out and grounded out.
Godin locked in at the bottom of the strike zone here this afternoon.
Talked about this Giants bullpen. What a job by Santiago Casilla yesterday. Their normal closer unavailable. Sergio Romo, after working a lot. Remember, he blew the save on Friday. Casilla went 2 innings to get the save yesterday. A topper to first. Godin will cover. He gets the toss from Belt, and the Cubs go down quietly as we head off to the 7th. 5-4 San Francisco. Cross in town last night with Lady in the front row. And Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some Buds. Top of the 7th, new pitcher for the Cubs is rookie right-hander Hector Rondon. Facing Pablo Sandoval to start it. Giants with a 5-4 lead. Great to have with us in the booth today's guest conductor of the 7th inning stretch, Julia Sweeney. How are you, Julia?
I'm great. This is fun. Wow, what a view you have. I'm glad they give you such a nice view.
We do have a good view. It helps.
It helps for your job, I think.
It does.
Seeing is important. Seeing is good.
One strike on Sandoval. Ground ball to Castro. He will make the play. So you have a new book.
Yes, I do.
If it's not one thing, it's your mother.
Yes.
I love the title.
Thank you.
And I know you had some time to yourself last summer.
Yes, I did.
Adopted a daughter, Mulan, and
Yes.
then you got married. So you kind of did
Yes.
it in reverse order, right?
Yeah, and I recommend it. I think it's a good order. Get the kid and find a good dad for the kid.
Make sure it all fits.
Yes, exactly.
And now you really cherish your time alone, right? Before you had too much time alone.
I know. Now I love the time alone. So, yes, I got a month alone, and I went crazy and wrote a book.
One strike on Hunter Pence. And here you are singing the stretch.
I know it. Oh, dear.
You're going to be fine.
Okay.
Going to be fine. You've got about 40,000 people who will help you out.
Okay, good. Yes.
when
Surely
in
one
doubt,
of them can sing.
You do this. You just hold the microphone out.
Yes, I think that. I think that's going to be my strategy.
1-1 on Pence.
Oh my God, you can see the water from here.
Yeah.
Wow. You should invite everyone up here.
We have so much room, Julia.
Hey, everybody. Come on up. You've got a great view of the game and the entire city of Chicago.
That's right. I want to ask you how you like living here in Chicago. You're from the Northwest. You've lived in
LA and New
You
York.
were in New York for Saturday Night Live. How do you like Chicago?
I love it. I really love it. And I love Wrigley Field. I really do. I'm so happy to be here. And I love the downtown of Chicago. And it's a good city.
So this is nothing, Greg. Singing in front of all these people. You do SNL. That's live. It's
I know,
in front
but
of
you're
the
not
whole world.
looking.
and
Yeah,
it's-
but no, SNL seems like you're just talking to one camera. This really seems like actual human beings. It's a little more terrifying.
Chopped into right. So Pence on for the third time.
You have to know so much lingo. Chopped. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Len came up with that on his own. That's,
Chopped into the right.
Well, I've seen you perform, and I can't do what you do. Everyone says, well, how do you guys do this? This is what we do. This is our job.
I guess you just start incrementally
Right.
with your words, your vocabulary list. Learning things like chopped.
Brandon Belt.
Oh, that's a person.
One of your colleagues, John Lovitz, came up with the term flowl. He was calling the play-by-play, standing right where you are.
Oh, really?
And he tried to say fly and foul, and he said flowl.
Oh, my God.
So that's a new baseball term.
That's a good
The
one.
flowl.
A flowl. I think that we can bring that into regular life, too.
Swing and a miss, 1-1. And it's a nice day, too, finally. We got the sun out.
I know, it's gorgeous. Small breeze.
So, Julia, you were raised in the Northwest?
Yeah, in Spokane,
Oh,
Washington.
it's beautiful out there.
Yeah, it's really nice. I really miss it. My problem is I want to live everywhere. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Will be caught.
Wow.
Oh, dropped by
he dropped
Sherholtz. They will get an out, though. Force play at second. So that'll go down as unique fielder's choice, 9-6.
Sherholtz, a very dependable outfielder. This time he just clanks it, but no harm done. He makes a recovery and has an easy flip to second base to get Pence there at second.
All right, Julia, good luck. We're all counting on you. You'll be great.
Wait, what's happening
Thanks for
now?
stopping up. Well, there are 2 outs. We're going to give you a chance to prepare.
Oh.
So when the third out's made, you've got plenty of time. But thanks,
Namaste.
thanks for stopping by. Always great to see you, Julia. Thanks.
See you.
It's Julia Sweeney. And low on Gregor Blanco. 2 outs, runner at first. Yeah, it's a fielder's choice, no error, because the Cubs did get an out. Runner goes. And Navarro just could not get rid of the ball. It's the handle on it. Belt gets a stolen base.
Been a tough day behind the plate for DeHonor with all those balls in the dirt. And this time trying to make a throw, he could not get the handle. Not easy when you're the backup, right? You're not playing every day.
Yeah, he played a lot in spring training. This is only his third regular season start. It's 2-1.
This game very similar to some of the other games the Cubs have had recently where they're only down a run, but it feels like they're down more than that because they had the commanding lead. Then they let it get away in such a sloppy fashion.
Cubs have lost several leads already this season. Now they were able to win the game on Friday. Those 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth, but they've already lost games in which they've led 5-1 and 5-0. Today it was 4-1. And now it's going to be 6-4 Giants as Blanco knocks in Belt. 2 big hits for Gregor Blanco today. A couple of doubles driving in runs.
After striking out his first 2 times up, last time he doubles down the right field line. Here just a little inside out swing on a fastball. Just punches it into left field. And the stolen base by Belt pays off.
Bring up Hector Sanchez. 1 for 3.
All quiet in the Cub bullpen.
Now we don't know what's going to transpire here over the last 2.5 innings here, JD, but when you look at this series, Buster Posey, if he does not appear in this game, will have gone 0 for 9 in the series. And yet he just gave up too much offense to this Giants team. But we are starting to get an idea of why and how they won the World Series last year. They ended up getting contributions from a lot of guys. Scudero, Pagan, Hentz. You know about Sandoval.
Yeah, Posey's the leader of the bunch, but they have a lot of different weapons.
1-2.
And again, what I like about this club, and I've liked about them for the past 3 or 4 years, is just the balance, the left-right, the ability to match up with you, whether you got a righty or a lefty on the mound. Bruce Bochy, 3rd among managers in terms of wins. Active managers, Leland and Dusty Baker have more. He's won a couple Manager of the Year awards.
Bounced foul. Well, if he isn't careful, he's going to join the Hall of Fame debate. Get back to another World Series. And remember, he managed the Padres to the World Series. They didn't win it. He got there in 1998. Just a real steady, calm guy. Anybody who knows the National League West better?
After all those years in San Diego.
19 consecutive years managing in the West. And he got him to get out of the inning. Stretch time with Julius Sweeney.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ballgame, actress and author Julia Sweeney.
Okay,
Dan with 1, 2, 3 quickly in the 6th inning. He's right back out there. Shot by Julius Sweeney with the stretch. And a strike called on Valbuena.
Saw the low batting average for Valbuena, but the .350 on base percentage. One of the few Cubs who's been able to work some walks here in the early going.
Carlos Marmol is up in the Cubs bullpen. Well, we just haven't seen the Cubs really put together a 9 innings where everything kind of fits together. Consistency has eluded this team here in the first 2 weeks. Down near Marmol in the bullpen and out of play. I'll tell you, getting Darwin Barney back will help. It's hard to sometimes quantify it, but there's no question he's the leader on defense. Not to take anything away from the guys who filled in for him, but it's hard when you take a Gold Glove second baseman out of your lineup to start the year.
Well, and you're forced to pick and choose who you start on any given day, and you used a number of different second basemen already. Valbuena's moved over there, Gonzalez, Lillibridge some. So the manager likes it when he can just scribble in those same 8 position players on an almost everyday basis. Allow guys to get into a rhythm in the field and at the plate.
Those guys is on deck. Alberto Gonzalez. Ground ball to first. Belt will glove, and he'll take it by himself. Need to make an unnecessary throw in his mind. So Godin getting ground ball outs. 4 up, 4 down. Brewers finally scored. They were down 3-0 going to the 8th, and they had been shut out in the first 2 games of the series in St. Louis. They got 2 in the 8th and now 1 in the 9th to tie it. Ryan Braun hit a 2-run homer in the 8th. And the Brewers still batting and threatening. Fly ball well hit to left. Alberto Gonzalez gone. I think that one got all the way out to Waveland. 6-5 now.
3rd home run of the day by Cub hitters. That was a venti. That was a real big one.
First homer in the big leagues in 2 seasons.
Dan had been able to keep the ball in the infield until this. Hanging slider. And boom.
First homer as a Cub for Gonzalez.
Right there where the big boys go.
Dave Chappelle will pinch hit for Rondon. Got his first hit of the season yesterday after an 0 for 10 start. There's a strike. It's 1-1. Dan from the wind, and a 1-2 is popped up. It's caught by Sanchez and foul ground. 2 away. Now all the Cubs runs coming on home runs. 2-run shots, Castro and Scherholtz, and the solo blast by Gonzalez. That is just not how the Giants offense lives. They have not hit a home run in this series.
Here we go again, another 1-run game. These clubs have played 3 in a row, decided by just a singleton.
Outside for a ball, 2-0. Remember the 9th inning rally on Friday. Started by DeJesus, finished by Castro to win the game. They could do it to tie it here in the 7th. Ball 3.
Action now in the Giant bullpen. Looks like Javier Lopez is going to start to throw.
3-1.
Ugly finder. There's
Murphy. How long has he been doing it?
I don't know. Clubhouse attendant with the Giants. He's been there a long time.
Yeah.
I retract the ugly finder remark, Murph. Good AB.
There's ball 4. Third time on for DeJesus.
One of those guys, the more you watch him play, the more you appreciate his game. Just gives you one good solid at bat after another.
So here's Dave Righetti out to the mound. And he might be telling Godin, don't throw this pitch.
Yeah, don't hang him a slider, let her high, or you might hit it into the seat sign. And he's also buying some time for Lopez to get ready for a potential confrontation with Anthony Rizzo.
And just to clarify, pitching coaches don't go out to the mound and tell their pitchers not to do something. That is, I guess, it's ironic that I would say it's not how they do it. It's always positive. Make your pitch, get a ground ball, do this, do that. You've alluded to the idea of when you tell somebody not to do something, you end up focused on that.
Yeah, your caddy doesn't tell you, whatever you do, don't go left, there's water. That's the last thing you want to tell a guy in the tee box. Same thing with pitching. Art Fowler, who was Billy Martin's pitching coach for so many years, used to go out to the mound and say, hey, Billy's getting mad. You better get out of this. Billy's getting mad at me.
Those guys have been together a long time, Bochy and Righetti. A lot of stability on the coaching staff and in the front office. 1-1.
Oh, Righetti actually preceded Bochy in San Francisco. He's been there a good long while, but highly regarded as a pitching coach. Bochy did not need to make a change when he took over with Rags already there. What a great career he had. No hitter as a starting pitcher for the Yankees and a good long run as the closer.
Righetti is the longest tenured pitching coach in the big leagues. This is his 14th season with the Giants. 1-2 on Castro.
Be a bad time to gamble and try to steal a bag. You know, you hate to take the bat out of Castro's hands if he's up there in a favorable count because he does have power, but he's behind in the count now, 1-2.
Starlin trying to keep his perfect day intact. He's 3 for 3 with a 2-run homer.
What's your best chance of scoring this tying run? Steal a base single or an extra base hit to drive DeJesus in? David is not a real burner. He's capable of stealing a bag. Giants are very deep in the outfield. They're going to try to prevent that extra base hit.
Dan throws. Swing and a miss. He got him to end the inning. But Alberto Gonzalez with his first Cub home run. Gets a home team back within one. Cubs got off to a good start, 4 first-inning runs, but the Giants coming back with 4 in the 6th. Got some help. 5 wild pitches in that inning. So here's Carlos Marmol in the 8th, with his team down a run. Fujikawa going on the DL yesterday. Dale said just not ready yet to put Marmol back in that closer role. More likely to see James Russell or Sean Camp with a 9th inning lead.
Well, in a certain sense, it frees up Dale to manage by the situation. He needs a lefty, he uses a lefty. And a righty coming up there, he can pull Russell, come with Camp. He needs a ground ball. Camp might be the guy.
I think the hardest part when you go with matchups or a committee is just not using everybody too early. You decide that day in the 6th inning to kind of designate your closer and work back from there in your own mind, or just get the big out when you have to, and whoever's left finishes.
Yeah, but I think if you're in that situation, the best way to do it is
that's fair, and Rizzo will take it.
Identify, which guys you're going to use in the middle innings and which guys you're going to use at the end of the ball game, without necessarily saying, "Hey, you're my closer today. You're my 8th inning guy." Just you guys are going to be in there late in the game. If we've got a lead, it's going to be you and you. And I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to use you, but just be ready. And if you got a guy in there who's throwing good, stretch him out for an extra inning or so. That's the way they used to do it.
Switch hitting Andres Torres in a pinch hitting spot. Last and only other pinch hitter the Giants have used, Nick Noonan, with a go-ahead 2-run single in the 6th. We are email accessible, and it's LennonJD@Tribune.com. That's our email. We're on Facebook and Twitter as well. Into right center. Sherholtz with a knee-high catch. Got a little tricky there with the wind, which is really now blowing right to left. The sun handling those elements.
Good closing speed here by Shearholz. I thought maybe initially a little bit fooled. Big swing in the bat. Thought perhaps it was hit a little bit better than it actually was, but a nice job.
All right, this is how high-tech we are.
What do you got going?
Add the tape that says JD.
That's a good adjustment. Why make up a whole new sheet when a piece of tape will get it done?
No, just tape. We're saving trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we think green here.
We're wasting tape. We're saving paper. Jeremy Affeldt up for the Giants. See, we saved that tree. You're welcome. Pagan bounces to Gonzalez. Nice job by Marmol. His first 1, 2, 3 of the season. A reminder from Budweiser, great times are waiting, designated driver. Honda, visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. And by AT&T, find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. Bottom of the 8th inning. Another one-run affair. First 3 games decided by just one. And here's veteran left-hander Jeremy Affeldt.
Steady as she goes. Has been a good, solid setup man for a number of years. 2.08 the ERA. Getting 188 off of him here in the early going. In the last inning, they had Lopez getting ready out there for a one-batter confrontation with Rizzo, but now that the inning had ended with Castro, Affeldt gets the call. It's Rizzo, Soriano, Shearholz, another left-handed bat.
Into the right field corner. Pence will run it down. Rizzo on his way to second. And the tying run is there with nobody out.
Big swing in the bat from Anthony Rizzo, and this is a situation we alluded to earlier. The Cubs have really struggled with these Men on second, nobody out, so they've got to get it done here. Hanging breaking ball up in his eyes. I felt lucky that one stayed in the ballpark. Pence couldn't cut it off. Easy double for Rizzo.
Let's see the run expectancy here. They've gotten them in half the amount of times. Second, nobody out. You saw the league average over 60%. More often than not, you should at least score one. Two and nothing.
294 average for Soriano against Affeldt. He's punched down in almost half of his at-bats against him. He's managed to get some base hits, and that would work here. Just put a flare somewhere. Look at this game tied. I'm looking for more now that he's up there 2 balls and no strikes.
3-0. Affeldt thought it was a strike. These guys have matched up a lot. This is a 20th career plate appearance for Soriano against Affeldt. Ball 4. 2 on, no outs.
I believe that's just the second walk of the year for Alfonso. Here comes Dave Righetti again. I felt clearly upset that he didn't get the call on the 2-0 fastball, so maybe Righetti out there to settle him down a little bit, revisit the game plan against Shearholtz.
Run expectancy has gone down only a third of the time. Bunted by Shearholtz, and the throw goes to first. Sanchez was pointing at third, but Affeldt decided to get the out at first, and it looked like he had a play on Rizzo.
Well, and if there were a time you're going to be aggressive trying to make a play, it's here when there's a force in order. You've got a 1-run lead on the road in the 8th inning. Ideally, if you're trying to bunt that ball, you want to push it towards third base, force the third baseman to vacate. But it looked like Nate was thinking drag bunt there, almost for a base hit. The change in those numbers with the first and second situation may be because of the potential double play ball. Sometimes it's you're intentionally walking a guy to get to a weaker hitter down towards the bottom of the batting order.
They will intentionally walk Navarro. Go ahead run is already in scoring position. So they will load him up with Valbuena due up. And the question is, what will Dale do? And then if he uses a right-handed pinch hitter, what will Bruce Bochy do? That chess match here in the 8th. You work around Navarro with a base open because the last 2 days off the bench, home runs. He tied the game Friday, and then yesterday got the Cubs within 1.
That ball down and in a little bit from the left side, then the ball up in his eyes from the right side.
Dale will stick with Valbuena. Bases loaded, and the pitch low for a ball.
Well, Casillas out there in the bullpen ready to go, so Dale probably thinking if he were to hit Hairston here or Lillibridge, that Bochy would counter with Casilla. Canto's starting to heat up as well. Casillas ready to go.
The 1-0 on the way. It's high, 2-0. Valbuena had a lot of good, long, patient at bats. In fact, he has drawn a walk in 6 consecutive starts. That was going into today. 3-0.
Felt able to guide this one into the strike zone. He just did not feel very comfortable out there. Doesn't look very comfortable anyway.
Ball 4. We're tied. Valbuena heads down to first. Rizzo to the plate, and that'll be it for Affeldt. 6-6. It'll be Santiago Casilla. And the Cubs now will try to take the lead. To get the save. Tough spot here. Bases loaded. 1 out. Now Alberto Gonzalez coming up.
He has been rock solid so far for the Giants this year. This guy who gets a fair number of outs on the ground. That's what Bruce Bochy is looking for here. Get double play and get out of Dodge before the Cubs do any more damage. Gonzalez with the big home run last time up is in the driver's seat. Scott Harrison swings a bat on deck. Walks have been a big story in this ball game.
Sure have. Affeldt walked 3. And they get 1 out in this inning. One of those walks intentional. Cubs chairman Tom Ricketts looks on. Soriano's at third. Navarro at second. Valbuena, who just walked with the bases loaded, is at first. Well hit to left. Soriano ready to tag. Ball is caught by Blanco. Alfonso's in. Cubs lead 7-6.
Is that leadoff double paying off? First Rizzo, now Soriano comes around to score. This is a high fastball to Gonzalez, who homered last time. But, you got to pitch up. Ricketts was thinking double in the corner. He'll take it, though. He'll take the sac fly.
Cubs led 4-1 and trailed 6-4. Now leads 7-6. It is Hairston to pinch hit. And Carlos Marmol can get another win after that scoreless 8th.
Sean Camp was warming. He'll have the 9th.
Boy, how about it over the first 2 weeks? You had broken bat pop-up. You had Fujikawa setting up for Marmol. Then you had Camp and Russell setting up for Fujikawa. Now you have Marmol setting up for Camp. And this is the 12th game of the year.
Best laid plans. But you know what? If you have a bunch of guys who have experience pitching in tight games late, down the road that can really pay off.
Oh, and 2. Knocked down by Sanchez. The runners right where they are.
This breaking ball way off the plate. Sanchez able to get that shoulder rotated just a little bit to control that carom. Big double by Rizzo off the lefty to get it started. He has really struggled against lefties. Well, he struggled, period. He does have the 3 home runs, but Anthony came into this game hitting 158. Nefelt's been a tough customer over the years, especially on left-handed hitters, and that was a huge start to this inning. See him maybe feeling the effects of all the work he's had, including yesterday. Stuff does not look that crisp here this afternoon.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Hairston. Pitch on the ground. Crawford will throw to first, and he got it. But the Cubs get 2 to grab the lead. We'll go to the 9th. 7-6 Cubs. led to the tying run on the bases loaded walk by Luis Valbuena, and then Alberto Gonzalez with his second RBI of the season and second of the last 2 innings. Sac fly to give the Cubs the lead. But it's not over yet.
Charged
in a wild series.
Protecting that lead, it certainly has. In the 1-run game, and it's Sean Camp now looking to pick up a save. No wins, no losses, a 6.75 ERA. He worked in game 1 of this series, has not worked since. That game he allowed a couple hits and a run. And he's got to navigate his way through the heart of the Giant order here.
"12 career saves for Camp." And here we go. Ball 1 to Scudero.
The control guy, sinker slider, typically doesn't beat himself. Good control.
Buster Posey not starting this game. You would imagine he is available on the bench. Looks like he's stretching out down there, but we wouldn't see him for a while at this point. Called strike 2 and 1 just because of where they are in the order. Just in case. Nice play by Castro on the bounce. That ball was hit hard. 1 down.
Sharply hit, but right at Castro. Holds his ground, gets his man. Sandoval's only had 1 at bat in his career off Sean Camp. He's 0 for 1. 1 for 4 so far today. A single and 3 groundouts.
Oh, 2. This shaping up is the Cubs' 6th 1-run game already. To find that outside corner with a slider and missed. 1 and 2.
It makes for entertaining baseball, all these 1-run games. More fun when the home team wins its fair share.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Backdoor slider. Finishes off the Panda.
Ball 1 to Pence.
This should be a good matchup, and the numbers bear it out. 1 out of 7 is Pence against Camp. Camp with that slider should be tough for Pence.
On the corner, 1 and 1. Here it is. At the end of the bat, fouled off. 1 and 2. Cubs gave up the lead, but able to come back with 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th.
Got a little too much of the plate with that one. Camp knew it. He pounded his mitt after this swing. He knew he got away with one here. That's the reaction. Do it again to show about a foot outside.
Laid off that one.
A day of prayer at the ballpark.
2-2 to Pence. High drive, well hit. DeJesus back. He'll look up. It is gone. A game-tying home run. Hunter Pence. That was a blast.
Pence is country strong, and when he ties into it, he's capable of hitting it a long way. And again, it's the slider that stays on the plate. You can get Pence to chase a pitch off. That's not in a real bad spot. It's outer edge. But the one well off the plate is the one you can finish him off with. Either a little bit further out or a little bit down, and Camp's probably got his save. He'd love to have that one back. Again, not a horrible pitch, but a reachable pitch for Pence.
That is the first homer the Cubs have allowed at home. He came in allowing just 5 home runs on the season, fewest in the majors. But Pence, with his 4th of the year, ties the game at 7.
You've got to be careful here.
Two to Belt outside, 3-0, and now Sergio Romo cranking it up along with Lopez in the visiting bullpen. Boy, oh boy, that 9th inning. It's been a major problem for this Cubs bullpen. Full now, 3-2.
Cubs have the bottom or the top of the order up in the bottom of the 9th.
Giants just will not go away. They didn't go away in the playoffs last year. They won 6 straight elimination games in the division and league championship series, on their way to a World Series title. Calls strike 3 on a sinker to end the inning, but Pence extends the game. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 7-7. Sean Camp. Southpaw Javier Lopez trying to get the Giants into extras. Top of the order, as JD mentioned.
Lopez, no wins or losses, a 3.38 ERA through 4 ball games. This year, he's a much used but certainly not abused left-handed reliever. 70 appearances each of the last 2 years. Last season, in 70 appearances, he pitched just 36 innings. He's one of those guys that comes in usually just to face one left-handed bat. See how Bruce Bochy plays it here. De Jesus Castro Rizzo due up for the Cubs.
Good day for De Jesus. 2 walks, a single on 3 out of 4 tries. Lopez slings it up there, ball 1.
So that arm angle would create all kinds of problems for left-handed hitters. He batted just .218 against Lopez in his career.
Lopez has kept the ball in the ballpark. As a Giant, 1 home run allowed. They got him back in 2010 from the Pirates. So he's due.
Yeah, 1 home run and on 110 career innings in a Giant uniform.
About a foot.
Oh, just missed the bullpen catcher, who's theoretically being guarded down there. Check it out. That was not the best effort.
That's Bill Hayes, a former Chicago Cub. Outside, 3-2. It has warmed up considerably. Like it's about 10 degrees warmer than.
That's what I was getting ready to give up on the forecasters. By golly, they got it right. Shadow's a bit of an issue now as that ball will pass from light into shade on its path to home plate. Good battle again put up here by De Jesus. On a couple of walks today, single, line out. You know, hitters, it's interesting. You talk to them about this shadow issue, and some guys say, no, it doesn't bother me at all. Other guys say, yeah, it's a real problem.
Eight pitches and counting to start this inning. Lopez 6'5", 220.
Lopez with that good home run rate. 1 allowed since joining the Giants, and you can see why. A lot of work down around the knees.
Has a sign from Sanchez. The pitch. Ball 4.
Another good battle. Won by DeJesus. The 3-2 pitch. Could have been.
I mentioned it in the previous. It's in the 7th inning. These guys teamed up on Friday to beat Sergio Romo. Leadoff single by DeJesus. Game-winning double by Castro. We're going to see a pitching change. Buster Posey's going to come out and play first base. Bochy's make a couple of changes here. Winning run is on base with nobody out. George Contos, Chicago area native, coming on. We come back. To Northwestern after attending Niles West High School. He's got family and friends in attendance today and has had them here all weekend.
George picked up by the Giants in April of last year in the trade with the Yankees. Went to AAA Fresno and dominated there, and then joined the Giants and put up very good numbers with San Francisco as well. 2-1 with a 2.47 ERA with the big club.
Jesus at first, nobody out, and Contos tosses to the new first baseman, Buster Posey, came in as part of a double switch.
There will be those that argue that you should bunt here. Man on first, nobody out. If you were to bunt here, you would effectively be taking the bat out of the hands of two of your better hitters. Castro one would be sacrificing. Rizzo would be intentionally walked in all likelihood.
It's just not a play Dale Swing likes very much, especially as part of the order.
Yeah. I mean, Castro's in the 2-hole, and that's a position in the batting order. A lot of times you'll ask a guy to sacrifice, but he's not that kind of hitter. He's, In terms of average, the best hitter on the team.
Also hasn't laid down a sac bunt since his rookie year. That could be two. Scudero, Crawford, Posey.
And all the old-time purists are saying, see, he should have bunted. We cannot predict the outcome of every at-bat.
Well, 2 outs, space is empty, and it's Rizzo who started the big 2-run rally in the 8th with a leadoff double. It was against left-hander Jeremy Affeldt. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy second guess after the double play ball to say that's why you lay down a bunt. But you don't bunt to avoid a double play. You bunt because you think that's the best opportunity to win the game.
Well, there are certain situations that call for certain plays, but the personnel has to fit as well.
As I said, Castro has not sacked bunted since 2010. Not to say he can't do it.
Wind pushing pretty hard from right to left right now. Rizzo big and strong. He doesn't need any help.
Santos with a 2-1, missed the outside. 3 balls and a strike.
Jeff Nelson hearing from the Giant dugout, and he's giving them some grief as well. I doubt that Contos is going to give in here. He's going to either throw that slider again, try to backdoor it, or try to pick that outside corner. Two-seam running fastball away from Rizzo, and that's, you know, he's good driving that pitch the other way.
Full count, here it comes. Popped foul, and the wind will push this even more foul. Fowler?
Or Flowl. Or Flowl. Yes.
Lincecum, Godin, Affeldt, Casilla, Lopez, Contos for the Giants. Jackson, Bowden, Rondon, Marmol, Camp for the Cubs. 7-7, bottom 9. For the first time this season for either team, we will go to extra innings. teams. Sean Camp will continue on. Blanco, Sanchez, Crawford, and then Posey lurking down in that 9 spot. Or Blanco with 2 big doubles, both plating runs. One in the 6th, another in the 7th. No, both teams are off tomorrow. We're not going anywhere.
Bonus time. Bullpens will enjoy that day off tomorrow. Just to regroup before the next series.
Sean Camp made the catch as Blanco tried to slug bunt, and he lined it right back to the pitcher, and I think Camp saw his life flash before his eyes. Oh my.
Wow. Boom, boom. No sooner had that ball left the bat than it was in the mitt of Sean Camp, who looked like he was actually starting to come in anticipation of a bunt, because you watch Blanco start to move up in the box. Camp is ready to break, and a glove save and a beauty.
Boy, that was a fraction of an inch away from a very ugly scene. Just got his head out of the way and actually got the out to boot. One strike on Sanchez.
Sanchez is not Buster Posey, but he's no slouch with the bat. Good, solid backup catcher. When you put him in there, he's capable of giving you a good day at the plate. He's 1 for 4 today. He's punched out his last 3 times up. Hit for a pretty high average last year for the Giants.
Camp's 2-1. Sinker hit on the ground. Base hit. Past both Rizzo and Gonzalez.
Similar to the ball that Gonzalez made a play on earlier in the ball game. This one just had a little more juice on it.
It's the 10th hit for San Francisco. Cubs have 8. And Crawford drills this one out into the gap. Sanchez coming around second, on his way to third. Sherholtz will keep Crawford to a single, but the go-ahead run is at third with Buster Posey coming out.
First hit of the day for Crawford. Trying to go down and away with a fastball. It's down, but over the heart of the plate. Nice job by Sherholtz to cut this ball off. If not, the Giants score. And more importantly, not more importantly, but very important as well, the double play remains in order.
Brandon Crawford's had a really good series. He has reached base 10 times in the 4 games, and he is a stellar defender at short.
It's pretty good swings at Sean here in this inning.
That is a strike called on Posey. We mentioned earlier, just before the regular season, got a 9-year extension with a full no trade clause, the longest contract ever for a catcher. of $167 million. So he's locked in through 2021 with a club option for the following year. And a balk has been called on Camp, and that will plate the go-ahead run. An obvious balk on Sean Camp. No argument from the Cubs. It's now 8-7. Not sure what happened there.
I don't know. Obviously, you got to throw over to first. You cannot fake. And there's the reaction in the Giant dugout.
Oh, partner. Wild pitches, passed balls, balks.
I mean, you can step off the rubber. Two separate moves. Step off the rubber and then fake, but you can't turn like that and fake a throw to first base.
Too many free bases in this one today. 0-2 now on Posey. We saw 5 wild pitches alone in the 6th inning, along with 3 walks. A passed ball scored a run in the first. And Camp's 0-2 is outside.
Maybe caught a cleat a little bit as he was stepping off. And he looks down at his feet as if he caught a spike.
So in other words, he knew he had balked, but he figured, okay, don't throw it away.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. Posey was just able to hold. So tough to get Posey, expand that zone once you get ahead. He will not go after it. 3-2. Doesn't strike out that much. 24 homers last year. Struck out 96 times. He walked 69 times.
Giants willing to give him that long deal because even if the legs start to go after time behind the plate, they can move him to first base and still give him a season's worth of ABs.
Through the legs of Camp into center. Crawford around third. He's going to score. Buster Posey with his first hit of the weekend makes it 9-7.
The only out recorded in the inning, that line drive right back to the mound. As the Giants are seeing the ball very well off Sean Camp right now. He tried a little drop down there. Posey hangs in there. Release back up in the Cub bullpen.
One 1-0 on Pagan. It's a Giants closer, Sergio Romo. He'll get the bottom of the 10th. Gonzalez will feed Castro. They'll get the out at second. Pagan with a fielder's choice. 2 gone for Scudero. By the way, if you go back, to the beginning of this inning, you had Blanco, switch hitter Sanchez, Crawford, those lefties to start the inning. James Russell working 3 days in a row. I would imagine it's just simply not available. That's the other thing about setting up your bullpen. There are certain days where you just don't have everybody available. You've got to use Sean Camp for 2 innings.
Tough part for a manager. Sometimes you go into a game and you just don't have all your weapons.
And the other part of it is if he can make 1 pitch on Hunter Pence, the game ends in the 9th. Pence took him deep with 2 outs to tie the game. Pagan looks like he wants to run. Close play at first. Ball got out of the glove of Rizzo. Get way more aggressive here in this spot when you're ahead by 2 already. Be surprised if Pagan doesn't run. And he takes off, and that is into the left field corner. Fair. And Pagan will score. Scudero will glide into second, and the Giants now have a 3-run lead.
Things just unraveling for Camp here after the game. Tying home run by Pence, comes back out for this inning. He just has not been sharp at all, and the Giants are jumping all over him.
So that'll be it for Sean Camp. We'll be back in the 10th. For a brief time last year was the Cubs closer. Brought up from the minors yesterday when Kyuji Fujikawa went to the disabled list. Rafael with a very heavy sinker. Got to throw strikes though. That's been his problem at this level.
Hey, he's a guy you profile as a late inning guy because of that big arm of power sinker. He can throw 95 miles an hour. Command has been a big problem for him. Walked 23 last year in 38 innings of work.
Facing Sandoval with Scudero at second. 3 runs in. Swinging away on the first pitch, and he lifts it in the air. Foul ground. No play.
So just to recap, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 runs came home on wild pitches, 1 on a pass ball, 1 on a balk. Is that correct? Or at least 1 on a wild pitch.
I think, yeah, 1 on a pass ball. I think 1 on a wild pitch.
1 on a balk.
1 on a balk. And in a game that goes extra innings, looms pretty large, doesn't it?
Yeah,
no errors.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the ironic thing is otherwise defensively it's been clean.
Jesus will make the grab, and that'll be the inning. But a big one for the Giants. They get 3 runs on 4 hits. Busy work. Blew the save, took the loss on Friday.
Yeah, prior to that, it had been perfect, 6 for 6 in save opportunities. Gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. A tying home run to Deanna Navarro, and then a game-winning double by Starlin Castro. Joaquin Arias enters the game at third base.
They need to pick a team. Pick a lane here. Nationals, Astros, White Sox, and Lakers covered. Strike 1.
Romo doesn't walk anybody. Literally, this year has not walked anybody. Soriano's nothing for 8 against him in his career.
Base hit against the shift. And Soriano will make the turn and get the second, head first with a double. Well, if you've watched any of this series, you need to know you just cannot turn away until the final out.
That's right.
You just don't know.
You never know which run ultimately is going to be the one that beats you. You just got to keep on battling. Willing to use the other field and then hustling into second base for a leadoff double.
And Nate Scherholtz will face his former teammate for the first time. Not trying to move the runner over, trying to avoid an out here. Get that tying run at least to the plate. Called strike. Talked to many people about how in these situations late you see better quality at bats because guys realize that getting on base is paramount. That flare will be caught by Pence. Off the bat looked like it might get down for a hit. One away.
It looked like it might have a little top spin and be able to settle in there in front of Pence. He got a pretty good break on that ball.
But isn't it interesting how you just see in a lot of cases better quality at bats late in games when the game is on the line than you do in the first, second, third inning?
Yeah, I think the concentration, obviously, in a tight game ratchets up a little bit. Two ways to go about it. Some guys get better, other guys get outside of their game a little bit, trying to do too much, trying to be heroic.
That one is caught by Romo. Unbelievable. We've had two of them here in the 10th inning, and I don't know if Romo just needs a second or if he's really hurt.
He might have strained something.
Well, we saw Sean Camp make a miraculous catch. Romo does the same thing here.
Tough break for Navarro because he really stings this ball, and very similar to the Camp play.
Almost a carbon copy.
Yeah, as much self-defense as defense.
I just think he needed 3 or 4 seconds to try to figure out what in the world just happened. So it's up to Valbuena. Remember, he tied the game with a bases loaded walk in the 8th. It seems like a long time ago. Ground ball, this should do it as Crawford throws to Posey, and the Giants win it in 10 innings. Crazy finish. The Cubs grabbed the lead in the 8th with 2. The Giants tied it in the 9th and then would score 3 times in the 10th and take 3 of 4 this weekend.
Yeah, just a bizarre ball game. Edwin Jackson had it going on. He let it slip away, and then the bullpen did as well.
And it is time now for our Budweiser player of the game. We're going to give it to Hunter Pence. He's the reason this game went to extras.
Reached out and picked on that high slider, poked it into the seats, tied the ball game, and then the Giants go on to pick up the W.
Cubs baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Our next WGN telecast of Cubs baseball will be Wednesday night. Game 2 of a 3-game series against the American League West's Texas Rangers will hit the air at 7 Central. Once again, our final score in 10. The Giants 10, the Cubs 7. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN has been brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Stay tuned. The 10th inning is next.